We do want to say thank you to him, his brother Sawmill of Ollie, for donating the wood chips for the cattle barn and for the tie-outs. And we also want to say thank you to 4-H Wood Products for supplying the wood chips that are in the show ring.
Good morning, a nice cool start to the morning here. I'm excited to be here to work with the youth today. I'm going to start with a steer. You know, in this feeder calf thing, you kind of got to project them out into when they're going to hit their market and how they're going to their composition is going to come together as they get bigger and feed them out. So I'm going to start with one that I think has the most muscle, the most eye attractive, probably the longest body one in the class, just a real good place to start. It gets a little tougher when you get into second and third, you know, but I think this one here is leveler out through his hip. He's a little longer bodied. I think he's going to feed and he's going to cut up real well when he goes to the rail. Next calf, you know, like I said, if he was a little stouter when you got behind him, over his hip and took some muscle down into his stifle, I think he could stand a little higher today. But another one that's going to feed out real good. Then we get into a couple of heifers. Here's a really long-bodied one. Has a little bit of muscle to her, but you just like to stouten her up when you get behind her and she goes away from you. Then the young man coming here, just another one, probably one of the lightest ones in the class. To stand any higher today, but another one that's going to feed out real well for the gentleman. And then we run into one that just run into some of the heavier muscle. You get behind this one, you'd really like to just stouten him up. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our first class in the heavy feeders, we had first going to Leanne Eldridge of Riverside Ramblers, receiving a purple. Second with a blue to Joseph Pasha of the Washington Hustlers. Third with a blue to Jacob Pasha of the Washington Hustlers. Fourth with a blue to Cameron Eldridge of the Riverside Enterprisers. Fifth with a blue to Cooper Barnes of Washington Go-Getters, and sixth with a red to Tyler Rogers of the Washington Hustlers. Currently coming into the ring, we have our first class of returning bucket bottle market steers. In this class, we have Logan Hotchkiss, Brinley Stout, Lucas Bender, Adley Merrick, and Caden Lures.
I'm going to go ahead and start the return and bottle calf steer class here with the calf here on my right. I think the most fault-free calf when you get him out and he gets around the ring and moves. He's the soundest. He's got the right angles in his shoulder. You know, I'm a firm believer they still have to be sound even though it is a market steer show. You know, and there's some give and take, but he's level on his top, longest from his top of his shoulder back into his hooks, down into his tail head. You get behind him and there's some muscle in there. Just a real good place to start this class. And the calf in second there, I had considered putting him first, but you know, you get to study him. He's a little straight in his shoulder. He gets a little up in his top. He's probably carrying the most condition of any of them here today. And I think these were in the 1,200 pounds weight class. And, you know, for that amount of condition, I'd like to see him weigh a little more, I guess, in my mind. But he is long-bodied, going to hang a good carcass and everything. And then probably the steer that was probably more trouble for me, you know, if you extend this one out, make him a little longer bodied, give him a little more frame, you know, this one comes to the top of the class pretty handily. He's another one for what he weighs. He's pushing some chest and pushing some condition up in there, you know, in pounds pay at the end of the day, and I just don't think he'll hang the carcass that those other two steers are going to hang at the end of the day. And then we get into one that breaks behind his shoulder, pops in his top a little bit, but you still have to appreciate the muscle he has. You know, I'd like to free him up a little bit when you get him out and move to stand any higher today. And then we're going to round out the class with one that's super long-bodied. It just lacks the muscle that the other calves above him have today. You know, and you just like to soften him up a little bit to stand any higher. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results from our first class of returning bucket bottle market steers, we had first with a purple to Caden Lures of Franklin Cubs, second with a purple to Adelaide Merrick of the Dutch Creek Flyers, third with a purple to Logan Hotchkiss of Green Acres, fourth with a blue to Lucas Bender of 76 Progressives, fifth with a blue to Brinley Stout, 76 Progressives. Coming into the ring now, we have our second and final class of returning bucket bottle market steers. In this class, we have Aiden Anderson of Lime Creek Live Wires, Taya Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Tessa Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Annie Troyer of the Lime Creek Lime Lights, and Madeline Stumpf of the Riverside Ramblers. We do want to say thank you to Hills Bank. Hills Bank has been taking pictures throughout the week of exhibitors with their projects. Those are being printed out and can be picked up at the commercial building.
another class of these returning bottle calves, ones that get a little more up into the market range that we're kind of looking for. Again, I chose to go with the most fault-free one to start the class. You study this one when he comes in and he's starting to push some condition in that chest, which they get to this weight, they should have a little bit there. But you get behind him, he's level over his top, he's wide, he's square, he's got some muscle. He's adequate in his bone size and his foot structure and gets out and moves real nice. Just a good way to start. And then we're going to go with the white appearance steer there. Really long bodied, got some extra muscle too. When you put him on the move, I'd like to see him get out a little better, in those rear hocks, and when he's moving, he gets to go and he gets pretty choppy there, maybe give him a little more bone to compete any higher today. Then we get into one, I think if he would have gained enough to be over the 2-3, he probably could have stood up a little higher today, but he's sure one you still have to appreciate. He's putting some condition on. He's long-bodied. You get behind him, you like to pop those pins out a little bit to square him up in that hip, but another one you have to appreciate is going to go on and do the job he was put here to do. In fourth here, we're going to go with the white-footed steer. He gets out. He's got some issues when you get him around the ring and his structure. But another one that I think you get him on the carcass, you get him on the rail, he's going to hang a good carcass. He's long-bodied, has some cover, and got some muscle. And then the young lady with the bigger steer here, for what he weighs, I'd like to see him have a little more fat on him, I think. You get over top of him, he's probably not as big topped as he should be for as big as he is. But another one you have to appreciate for, the adequate bone he has under him and his foot and his levelness. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our second class of returning bucket bottle market steers, we had first with a purple going to Annie Troyer of the Lime Creek Limelights, second with a purple to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a blue to Aiden Anderson of Lime Creek Live Wires, fourth with a blue to Taya Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and fifth with a blue to Madeline Stump of the Riverside Ramblers. We're now going to have our championship drive for the returning bucket bottle market steer. From our first class, we had first being exhibited by Caden Lewis of Franklin Cubs, second in that class by Adelaide Merrick of the Dutch Creek Flyers. From the second class, first place being exhibited by Annie Troyer and second place by Tessa Bombay. The banner for the award for the returning bucket bottle market steer is sponsored by Steve and Pam Davis family, and the reserve award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
You bring these steers back out here for the returning bucket calf steer show, and you really have to appreciate the quality that they really are in the four that are standing out here. I'm real happy with the four of them, but when it comes down to it, it's come down to our two class winners for me. The one steer weighs 1295 and the other one weighs 1545, which he's probably more ready for market weight. There's just some things I'd like to change on him. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the young man there for your champion, and I'm going to use the young lady here for your reserve.
Our champion today is exhibited by Caden Lewis and our reserve by Annie Troyer. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they leave the ring. We do want to remind exhibitors and their family that the journal is here taking photos today. They would love to get some photos of kids and their animals as they leave the ring. Coming into the ring for our returning bucket bottle market heifer class, we have Nicholas Pasha, Carson Williams, Parker Conway, Tessa Bombi, Clayton Bartholomew, and Tate Bombi.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Morgan Lichty. I'm the daughter of Kurt and Beth Lichty. I'm 16 years old and I'm going to be a senior at Waco High School, and I am your 2025 Washington County Fair Queen.
Hello everyone, I'm Haley Plank. I'm the daughter of Rod and Tammy Plank. This fall I'll be attending Highland as a senior, and I'm your 2025 Miss Congeniality. Hi everyone, I'm Emma Cole. I'm the 17-year-old daughter of Kyle and Whitney Cole, and this fall I'll be a senior at Highland High School, and I'm your 2025 Washington County Princess.
Here's a class of the returning market heifers. I chose to go with the one that I think she's carrying her condition the best when you get back and you look at her from the side. But she's still got some muscle down that top and muscle down in through that stifle. Gets out and moves well. I think this one's probably in the right condition for this stage of the game, and super long bodied. Real nice place to start. Really like this Baldy when she first come in, but you get to analyzing her, and you know she's starting to put some fat deposits in. I'd like to see her just thinned up just a little bit in that chest and back in through that tail head. I think she's carrying a lot of cover to stand any higher today. Then we get into another one that's carrying a lot of condition as well, back in through those tail head, and down in that chest and under that, up and through that throat. But one you got to appreciate for being long bodied. Another one I think that's, you get her out, she doesn't move quite as well as those other two on top of her. Then we get into one that I think could use a little more condition and a little more muscle down in that stifle, but gets out and moves good. She's long in her lines, just a real nice heifer. Then we get into a couple here that I think just need to be on feed longer for this class, but you got to appreciate them for as long-bodied. I chose to go with the one that I think sounder when she gets out and moves, and maybe has a shot more lower muscle in that lower third. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause.
The results of our returning bucket bottle market heifer class, we had first with a purple, going to Clayton Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs. Second with a purple to Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a blue to Tessa Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a blue to Parker Conway of the Franklin Cubs. And fifth with a red to Carson Williams of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Sixth with a red to Nicholas Pasha of the Washington Hustlers. The awards for the returning bucket bottle market heifer. The champion award was sponsored in memory of Nancy Adrian, and the reserve award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be the small breed steers. In this class, we have Kevin Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Eliana Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Bretton Flynn of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and JC Flynn of the Lime Creek Live Wires. We do want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift to live stream all of our shows. The link that is listed on the show program is available so you can tune in for other shows. We appreciate their generous support. You also can go back. There is a link at the top of the show program where you can go back and see previously recorded Washington County livestock shows. Those are available on the KCTC YouTube channel.
You get into this miniature class here, and you can do what you want on the top end here. I chose to go with the one that has the most muscle over his top, down in through his quarter, into his stifle, you know, just kind of all the way through. He's got extras. He's got extra substance of bone. He's got extra foot under him. I think he's carrying the right amount of condition for today. Not to take anything away from the second place one. You get on a side profile of him, and you know he's longer bodied, but maybe just doesn't have the shot of muscle that the class winner does today to beat him. Then we get into the third one here, one that I just like to stouten up a little bit in that lower third, maybe square him up a little bit when he gets out and moves around the ring. But another one you have to appreciate for how long-bodied and in his composition. And then the one in fourth here just runs into a class, you know, that he just needs more muscle from front to back and get out and move a little better. But a real nice project. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause.
The results of our small breed steer class, we had first with a purple going to Bretton Flynn of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple going to JC Flynn of the Lime Creek Live Wires, third with a purple to Eliana Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers, and fourth with a blue to Kevin Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers. The Small Breed Champion Awards were sponsored by Mitch King and Brandon Hamilton, and the Reserve Award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Coming into the ring, currently we have our first class of produce. These are offspring of former heifer projects which have previously been shown at the Washington County Fair. In this class we have Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, Cale Schneider of the Franklin Cubs, Nicholas West of Crooked Creek, Erica Thoman of the Highlanders, and Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires. We do want to recognize Jade Sheets being out in the ring right now. Jade is one of our 2025 4-H graduates, and the polos were sponsored by Whittoff Farm Supply.
Really nice class of produce steers here. I think it's kind of a neat project you guys have going in your county to let these kids come back and show these as bred and owns. I'm going to go with the one that I think has the most muscle from front to back, from the top of his shoulder all the way back into his hip and down into his pins and down into his stifle when you get directly behind him. A couple of these aren't acting the best, and so you got to kind of take that into consideration. But when he does relax and gets out and move, he's probably the soundest one in the class. But just on pure power and muscle, that one wins this class. Here's one that you really appreciate when he comes in the ring. He really grabs your eye with that hair coat he has. But you get into analyzing him, you step in behind him, and you'd like to put a little more muscle in that lower third of that quarter down into that stifle. And maybe not quite as long-bodied as the steer that wins the class. Then we get into kind of a meat and potatoes, what I would call steer. Really nice composition on the steer. He's long-topped. He's got a lot of muscle in him. But when he gets out and moves, you heard me earlier say that, I still think they need to be sound. And he gets outside of himself a little bit when he gets to going away from you. But a really good steer. Then we get into one here in fourth. I think just needs a little more muscle in that lower third. Maybe loosen him up in those pasterns, and kind of gets up in his top when he gets out and goes. I just like to soften him up a little bit for the condition he has. Then you get into one here to round out the class. Super long-bodied one, going to go on and hang a good carcass. But one that I think starting to put I'd like to see him weigh a little more for the condition that he's in, looking at that chest and up in that crest of his neck. Let's go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause.
The results of our first class of produce, the first place with a purple went to Nicholas West of Crooked Creek. Second with a purple to Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. Third with a purple to Erica Thoman of the Highlanders. Fourth with a blue to Cale Schneider of Franklin Cubs. Fifth with a blue to Tate Bombi of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Coming into the ring now, we have our second class of produce. In this class, we have Ethan Hodgkiss of Green Acres, Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires, and Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Lime Lights. In the ring right now, we have Peyton Ford, who is one of our senior 4-H members. Her gray polo is sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply. We do want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the
When this class first come in, I thought it was going to be pretty tough between these first two. They really both caught my eye, and then you get them stopped and you kind of analyze them. I chose to go with the one that's the levelest in his hip, and he brings that muscle down into that stifle, and he's got that extra adequate bone that that I'm looking for with a good foot under him. He gets out, moves good. He's super long from the point of that shoulder back. Just a real nice place to start. Then the calf in second, he hit me hard when he first come in. He looks really good on the move, but you analyze him when he's moving, he wants to drop them pins up underneath him a little bit, and then you get him stopped on a side profile, and he's just a little round from them hooks to the pins for me. But another one that's going to go on and do his job, going to hang a great carcass and everything. But when we bring him in the show ring, we got to pick on him a little bit. And they still have to have that extra look in my mind. And then young lady in third, calf's not acting very well, but another one you have to appreciate for how long-bodied, how much muscle he's got. He's starting to put some fat back by that tail head and up in through that crest of his neck. Just a real nice steer. And then the young man that comes out fourth, one you still have to appreciate for being long-bodied. I'd like to extend his spine a little bit, maybe give him a little more frame to compete with the steers ahead of him, but another one that you have to appreciate the composition of that steer.
The results of our Class 2 of our produce. These are offspring of our former heifer projects at the Washington County Fair. First with a purple to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second with a purple to Peyton Ford of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Third with a purple to Allie Wedstein of the Lime Creek Limelights. Fourth with a purple to Ethan Hotchkiss of Green Acres. We're now going to have our championship drive to select the champion or reserve champion produce. From our first class, we had Nicholas West of Crooked Creek, second going to Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. From our second class, first going to Nicholas Peck and second to Peyton Ford.
Really good set of class winners and seconds when we get this produce of dam back out here. I think you can go a couple different directions with them. You can project them out, how they're going to look in 30, 40 days here, and how competitive they'll be at State Fair, and different things like that. And then you can look at them and see, well, which one do you think is going to be ready and have the best carcass when you hang them and do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, for me, it's going to come down to ones that put it all together. That are going to hang a good carcass in the end, but still have a future to them in my mind. Let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause and congratulate them on a great group of bred and owned steers. I'll go get you a champion and a reserve.
The results of for our champion and reserve champion for produce, our champion produce steer today was exhibited by Nicholas West. The award for the champion produce steer was sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson, and there's a cash award sponsored by Sinclair Trucking. The reserve champion was shown by Nicholas Peck, and that award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Currently in the ring, we have our first class of market heifers. In the class, we have Austin Sexton of the Horse and Pony Club, Adrian Blavelt of the Lime Creek Limelights, Claire Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters, Cole Troyer of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres, Mason Schneider of Green Acres. We do want to recognize and thank Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA t-shirts for each member this year. We also hope that you will join us again at the fair on Thursday at the Lions stage at 5 o'clock for the special Hall of Fame recognition, State Fair Awards, and the Fair Favorite Bucket of Junk auction. Sculptures all started as identical buckets of junk and then were created by area youth, families, and businesses into sculptures. They are on display in the commercial exhibit building and will be up for auction this evening, immediately following the awards program that starts at 5 p.m. All proceeds will go to support the Washington County 4-H enrollment fees, which currently makes 4-H free for all 410 members and 160 Clover kids. I do want to recognize Claire Stalder from the Washington Go-Getters, who's out in the ring right now as one of our senior 4-H members. She's wearing the gray polos, which are sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply.
In my mind, this one wins pretty easily in this class. Is she my kind? Not really. She appears to me she's a little quick for me. You know, I'd like to give her a little extra frame, She looks like she's pushing some condition for her weight to get more ideal. But that's not taking anything away from her, because you get back and look at her and she's put together really good. She is long-bodied. And she's got a lot of muscle in her. You'd like to free her up in them hocks a little bit. But another one, like I said, not really my kind, but I do appreciate what she offers. Then you get into second and third here, and I chose to go with one that has a little more substance of bone. They're both long-bodied, but like I said, this one has a little more substance of bone, maybe a little leveler from those hooks to the pins, and you get behind her and she's got a shot more muscle in that lower third. Like to loosen her up in them pasterns as she gets out and goes, but there's give and take in this. In the heifer in third, you just like to pop those pins out a little bit, square her up. She wants to get up under herself a little bit and bring that top up, but another one that's a real good heifer. Then we get into another one, maybe a little tight wound for me, a little tight in the heart, but you got to appreciate, you get behind her, how big and stout she is down that top and the muscle she does have. But another one that appears a little quick in my mind, quick maturing. Then we get into one that's real level in her lines. Looks like she's a great maternal cow on down the road. That's the way I read that one anyway. And then we'll round out the class with the one I think has the least amount of muscle in that lower third, maybe pushing some condition up in that front. And you clean that front up a little bit and level her out a little more. She becomes more eye appealing, but one that I think just needs a little more muscle to compete any higher today. Let's give them a round of applause.
The results of our first class of market heifers, we had first with a purple going to Cole Troyer of the Lime Creek Live Wires, second with a purple to Mason Schneider of Green Acres, third with a purple to Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres, fourth with a blue to Austin Sexton of the Horse and Pony Club, fifth with a blue to Claire Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters, and sixth with a blue to Adrian Blavelt of the Lime Creek Limelights. Next, coming into the ring, we have our second class of market heifers coming into the ring. We will have Brock Thoman of the Highlanders, Cale Schneider of the Franklin Cubs, William McWhirter of the Franklin Cubs, James Montz of the Washington Hustlers, and Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters. I do want to recognize Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters as being one of our senior 4-H members.
You get into this second class of market heifers, and one that really catches your eye when she comes in, just in her color pattern. But once you're drawn into her, she's massive and she's powerful, coming and going from you. Another one of them, if I was to pick on her, she might be a little quick maturing for my liking, but again, like that last class winner, I appreciate everything she brings. She's big top, she's long spine, she's got a lot of muscle down in that lower third into that stifle, and she just draws you in when she comes in the ring, and I can appreciate that. Then it gets a little more complicated. I chose to go second with the one that I think offers the most. Has the least amount of flaws in her. I think she's super long bodied. I think she gets out, she moves good, she's got extra substance of bone, but she's smooth jointed. You get behind her and she's stout in that hip, down in that lower third. Just like I said, a problem-free heifer for me in second. Heifer in third, you got to really appreciate for the muscle that she has when you get behind her. She gets out and goes, and she wants to come up in that top a little bit, but I think she's sound, beats the heifer in fourth just in soundness when she's coming and going from you. The Shorthorn appearing one here really hit me hard when she come in the ring, but you really get to studying that when you get behind her. She just needs more muscle in that lower third. She wants to get up in that top, and when she's standing on the side profile, those knees get pretty weak to me. She's not bucking over, but she's soft in those knees, wanting to put them forward a little bit. So structure-wise, that's where she ends up in fourth. And then one here you have to appreciate, when she does go to market, she's super long-bodied. She's carrying the right amount of condition. Just like to add a little bit of substance of bone to her, square her up a little bit in them hocks as she's going away from you. But another really good heifer there in fifth. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our second class of market heifers, we had first with a purple going to Brock Thoman of the Highlanders, second with a purple to Cale Schneider of Franklin Cubs, third with a purple to James Muntz of the Washington the Washington Hustlers, fourth with a purple to William McWhirter of the Franklin Cubs, fifth with a purple to Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters. Coming into the ring now, we have our third and final class of market heifers. In the ring for this class, we have Cassidy Merrick of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Jake Burdo and Tess Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, and Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. We do want to recognize two individuals who are in the ring as our senior 4-H members wearing their gray polos. We do want to recognize Tess Burdo and Jace Kalupa.
We get in these heavier weight market heifer class, and I kind of paired them up. I think we got two that are more moderate, carrying a little more condition than the pair on the bottom that are probably a little longer bodied, maybe not pushing quite as much condition. But I chose to go with the one that's the most fault-free in my mind. She's level in her top. She gets out, she moves good. You have to appreciate the muscle she has when you get behind her, and she's carrying the right amount of condition for today. Just a real nice, easy place to start. She probably has a little more substance of bone than the heifer in second. If this heifer in second's acting a little better and you can get a better look at her, she might be a little longer bodied, but another one that's pushing some condition, probably more moderate in that frame size compared to the two after her here, but a good second place heifer. Heifer in third here, super long bodied, got some frame to her, gonna weigh up real good. Now you get behind her, you just want to put some more muscle in her in that lower third, maybe a little more substance of bone to stand any higher. Heifer to round out the class, probably the longest bodied one. Longest body heifer in the class, but another one you want to, for what she weighs and as long as she is, you'd like to see her carry her condition that she has a little better and put a little more muscle in that lower third. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
The results of our third class of market heifers, we had first with a purple going to Tess Berto of Franklin Cubs, second with a purple to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives, third with a blue to Cassidy Merrick of Dutch Creek Flyers, fourth with a blue to Jake Berto of Franklin Cubs. We'll now be having our championship drive for champion reserve champion market heifer. We'll now be coming into the ring for our Market Heifer Championship Drive. From Class 1, we had first place being exhibited by Cole Troyer of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Second place in that class went to Mason Schneider of Green Acres. Out of Class 2, our first place went to Brock Thilman of the Highlanders, and our second place went to Cale Schneider of the Franklin Cubs. From our third class of market heifers, first place was exhibited by Tess Berto of Franklin Cubs, and our second place by Jace Kalupa. The award for the market heifer champion is sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning, and our reserve award is sponsored by Tim and Bev Colbert.
You bring these market heifers back out here, and you have to appreciate there's kind of three that surface to the top for me, and it's the first two class winners here, and then the one that was second to the second class there. But you really have to appreciate them. And like I said in class on both these heifers, are they really my kind? Not really. I read them as being quick maturing. I'd like to see a little more frame to them, a little more extension to them, just all sorts of things. But what I do appreciate is what they do offer. I appreciate the muscle that they have down their tops. I appreciate how square they are from their hooks to her pins and down in their stifle, the muscle, and still have some rib shape to them, because I'm sure some of these are going to go on and try and race some show steers, and I can appreciate that 100%. I think they're sound enough. I think one's sounder than the other. But, like I said, it comes down to these three. That one in second there is, like I talked to her in class, she's probably the most complete heifer most problem-free heifer of that class. And so you get them back out here and you got to decide if she has enough muscle, is she eye attractive enough compared to these two up here, or compared to that one there. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the young man right here in the second class as your champion. And as we pull this second place up here into the hole, you get back and you study and you analyze them. You know, compared to that one that won the first class, I don't know that she has as much muscle. You know, she's probably fits me more of the type and kind for the frame and length of body she has. But, you know, like I said, I really do appreciate the muscle that the one in class 1 has, and then you can go ahead and use that one as your reserve market heifer.
The results of our championship drive for market heifers, we had our champion being exhibited by Brock Thoman and our reserve by Cole Troyer. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they leave the ring. Coming into the ring now, we have our first class of our purebreds. We're starting with our Angus class. In this class, we have Parker Long of 76 Progressives. We have Tate Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Livewires. And Cooper Strand of Keota FFA. I do want to take a moment and recognize Jason Izzy Kalupa, who are some of our senior 4-H members who are currently out in the ring with their gray polos.
So get started with these breed shows and this Angus steer show. You know, this class gets a little tough in my mind. You know, they come in and you appreciate the things. You know, they're what, 1430 to 1560. They're there in market weight, but you know, some of them are pushing some fat in places, maybe a little loose with the fat up around the tail head, down in the chest. Just kind of putting in places, you know, when you bring them to the show ring, it just really doesn't balance them up the way you'd like. So then you start picking on them and you start going with the most problem-free cattle in my mind. And that's where I come to the steer that wins the class. I think he's the most problem-free, but still has a look to him when you get back and look at him. His best look is when he's stopped and posed. You know, he gets out and he moves here. He does want to pop in his top a little bit, but you know, I can appreciate the length of body he has, the muscle he has, the substance of bone. He gets out and he moves real good. He flexes. You know, like I said, in my mind, they still need to be sound, and I think that's the most problem-free calf, and that's why I started with him. Calf in second, you got to appreciate the condition he's in. Maybe starting to push a little. You know, when he gets to moving at you, his front legs want to get outside his skeleton because he's got some fat down in that chest and he's putting some back around that tail head. But I also think you put that one on the rail and he's gonna dollar up really good for you. And you know, he still does have a look to him when you get back and look at him. Probably the steer I didn't know really quite what to do with because he's just a smooth looking, level top, big muscled kind of calf, but he doesn't have the substance of bone as those calves above him. But he's smooth jointed and sound. You really just have to appreciate that calf for what he is, kind of a meat and potatoes type steer. Another calf here, he got extra substance of bone. Just, you know, he doesn't proportion up when you get off on the side of him. He's a little loose in his chest. But he's starting to put some condition on, another one that's going to hang well on a rail. Then we run into a calf here that when he gets out and moves, he wants to get up underneath himself. He's kind of putting some fat back around that tail head, and it's starting to pop his tail head up. But another one, like I said, you just have to appreciate him for what he's going to do on the rail. And then we get into the last one here, and you know, I just like to add some more muscle to him when you get back in that lower third down in through that stifle. Not acting the best today, so it's hard to get a good look at him, but you know, just another steer you have to appreciate for what he is, a meat and potatoes type steer. Let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause.
The results of our Angus steer class, we had first with a purple going to Parker Long of the 76 Progressives. His award is sponsored by Doug Colbert. Second with a purple to Tate Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters. His award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Jace Galupa of the 76 Progressives. Fourth with a blue to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Livewires. Fourth with a blue to Nicholas Peck of the Lime Creek Livewires. Fifth with a blue to Cooper Strand of Kyoto FFA. And sixth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. The next class we have coming into the ring will be our Kania class. In this class we have Hunter Siebel, Cohen Giro, Tyler Lovtinsky, Hayden Norman, and Sydney Kniebel. We do want to recognize Sydney Kniebel of the Lime Creek Limelights as being one of our senior 4-H members. She's got her gray polo on today.
You get into this class here, and there's a couple that surface to the top right away in my mind. You get back and you study them, and I've been talking length of body and actual true muscle and everything, and I think that's where the one that wins the class kind of is a standout in this class. He's extra long from the top of his shoulder up back into through his spine back into his hip. You get behind him and he's square pinned, and he's got lower third into him, and he's got that extra set of bone that a guy wants, and he gets out, he moves good, he's big footed, one that really handles himself well no matter if he's on the move or if he's stopped and posing. I think that's a real good place to start. Taking nothing away from the second place one, maybe just a shot shorter bodied, what I would call maybe shorter ribbed, not as long. But he gets out, he moves good. In that one in second, like I said, he's probably not as long bodied, but he carries himself. He's got a ring presence to him. He's stout. Maybe not quite as much natural muscle in that lower third than the class winner has, but another one you really have to appreciate for his presence of the ring and the eye appeal he brings, plus all the things of being big topped and big boned and extra big footed and sound. And then we get into a couple, there's three here that just run into a class where the top two are just exceptional in my mind. But here's a black one you have to appreciate for his long bodied, and you get behind him and he's got some muscle and he's probably the soundest. He's the smoothest jointed one of the following, of the three that are left in the ring. And that's why he places in third there. And then the fourth one, this red one here, there's starting to be some puffiness to those hocks, so you'd like to smooth them up a little bit. But one you really have to appreciate when you take him to the rail what he's going to do. He's long-bodied, he's got some muscle, just one that run into a tough class. And then one you follow out, I think he's too straight in his shoulder down into his knees, wanting to pop those knees forward a little bit. And he's got some puffiness to those hocks as well. So you just like to make him more sound to stand any higher today. But another one you have to appreciate for what he is. Let's give him a round of applause.
The results of our Kania class. Our first place in the Kania class was shown by Cohen Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. The award for the Kania first place was sponsored by Rick and Judy Giro. Second place with a purple going to Hunter Siebel of the Riverside Ramblers. And the award for that was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Hayden Norman of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Fourth with a purple to Tyler Lukuski of the Washington Go-Getters. Fifth with a purple to Sydney Kniebel of the Lime Creek Limelights. In the ring is our main Anjou class. In this class, we have Sophie Seiko, who is an independent member. We have Sydney Kniebel of the Lime Creek Limelights, Kellen Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, and Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. We do want to recognize Sydney Kniebel and Lauren Lukowski, who are some of our senior 4-H members. Their gray polos were sponsored by Woodoff Farm Supply.
really good class of main Angus steers here. And if you followed me along throughout the day, you know, I've been talking length of body and still holding that muscle, true muscle shape. And, you know, I think this one that wins this class, does he win it easily? No, he doesn't in my mind, because I think the second one's very, very high quality. But I think if you get these side by side, I think he's longer spined. I think he's got a little more shape to that top. I think he's longer from his hooks to his pins in that hip area. But he brings it down, carries that muscle into that lower quarter, into that stifle, and he gets out and moves good. In my mind, that's a real good show steer there. Like I said, taking nothing place away from this second place one. This one's really, really high quality. You know, I just think he's just a little shorter bodied in that spine there, maybe a little shorter from the hooks to his pins in the hip, but he still has natural muscle, and he's adequate. Has extra bone to him, extra foot, just a real good one that run into one I think is just a shot better and has a little more of the extras that I'm looking for. And then we run into the lightest, the 1,200-pound steer in the class. You know, you break these by weight, this one wins the class pretty easily. You have to appreciate him for how sound he is, his extra bone, his look. Just, you know, one that needs a few extra 100 pounds to compete any higher with those two above him. And then you run into one, you know, this one hit me pretty hard in this class, but you get to really study and analyze him. He's a little tight in that heart, so he's a little bold in his shoulder a little bit, but he's long-bodied, and he's got some muscle. You'd like to put a little more in that lower third in my mind. And then you have one here, I think if he just would have gained a little more per day, you know, he could have stood up a little higher, but another one that you have to appreciate for what he is, a meat and potatoes type steer, extra bone, extra look. Let's go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause.
The results of our main issue class, first with a purple to Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. The award for this first place was provided by John and Linda Colbert. And second with purple going to Kellen Giro of Riverside Ramblers. The award for second place, a reserve, was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Sophie Seiko, who's an independent member. Fourth with a purple to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. Fifth with a blue to Sydney Kniebel of the Lime Creek Limelights. Coming into the ring now, we have our Shorthorn Plus class. In the ring for this class, we have Austin Sexton of the Horse and Pony Club, Kennedy Long of the 76 Progressives, Aspen Siren of the Dutch Creek Flyers, and Brock Thoman of the Highlanders.
Here's a yellow steer for the Shorthorn Plus. You really have to appreciate for, like I talked about his last few classes, his length of body, but still, maintaining a strong top. He's wide topped. He's big hipped. He's got that extra bone under him. Just one you really have to appreciate, and wins this class pretty easily in my mind. And then you get into more of a meat and potatoes type steer in this red, just probably the most fall problem free one over the two below him. He's long bodied. He's got enough muscle. You'd like to have a little more shot in that lower third to compete any higher today, but he still has a look to him, and he doesn't have the hair coat that some of these have had, but one you still have to appreciate for what he is. And then a steer here that comes in third, I'd like to make him a little bigger frame, maybe stretch him out in his spine a little bit, and then, free him up in those pasterns when he gets out and goes. But another one that you have to appreciate. And then you have one that comes out, rounds out the class that just a little straight off of both ends for me. Those knees are a concern of mine, and he wants to come up in that top. But another one that, if he gets to the market weight he needs to be, he's going to hang a good carcass for the young lady. But, like to make a little more sound to stand any higher today.
The results of our Shorthorn Plus class. We had first with a purple going to Brock Thoman of the Highlanders. The award for champion in this class was sponsored by Sinclair Tractor. Second with a purple goes to Aspen Siren of the Dutch Creek Flyers. The reserve award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a blue goes to Austin Sexton of the Horse and Pony Club, and fourth with a blue goes to Kennedy Long of the 76 Progressives. In the ring right now, we have our Scimitar class. We have Preston Ford of the Lime Creek Livewires, Madeline Siren of the Mid-Prairie FFA, Brock Thoman of the Highlanders, Covert Greiner of Dutch Creek Flyers, Avery Janicek of the Dutch Creek Flyers, and Aubin Sweeting of the Riverside Ramblers. We do want to say thank you to Hills Bank. They are taking photos of exhibitors with their projects, and photos can be picked up in the commercial building at the Hills Bank booth.
I wanted to walk these two because in my mind, you know, you can go either way. When it comes down to it, I just think there's no more muscle in the smoke-colored steer, and you get behind him over the top and in that lower third. You know, when he's on the move, he stays inside his skeleton, but, you know, he gets there stopped, and, you know, it's a showmanship thing, so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, young man, I'd really like you to try and pull that front leg into him a little bit so he doesn't look like he stands out so far. And, you know, I don't think it's an issue. I just think it's something we work at home with our kids all the time. You know, the thing is these showmen need to realize what is wrong with their animals, and they need to try and work that out. And I thought that's going to come as you get older, and you do a great job with him, but that's one thing I would say is try and work that leg in, because he wants to get lazy out here, and then he kind of falls apart up in that front. But you put him on the move, and I don't think there's any issue with his structure whatsoever. But I think he wins just natural muscle and length of body wins this class. The calf in second, like I said, taking nothing away from him. I would like to soften him in his flank just a little bit, maybe lengthen him from his hooks to his pins to square him up just a little more in that hip, but he comes down into adequate bone and good footed, and he gets out and moves well too. But like I said, I just think if this one had a shot more muscle, he wins the class over the smoke-colored steer all day long. And then we get into the more meat and potato type cattle, like I like to call them, just long-bodied, smooth-made. This one's probably got the most fault-free to him. He's nice in his hocks. He gets out. He moves all right to stand third. And then we get into one that's a little lighter, but you still have to appreciate the natural muscle, you know, he brings to the class and how smooth he is from front to end. And, you know, he's got muscle all the way down that top from the point of his shoulder all the way back into his hip. And then you get into one that, you know, is maybe the longest bodied one in the class, but I'd like to put some more muscle in that lower third, square them hocks up a little bit when he's going away from you. And then we run into another one there that, you know, I'd like to add more muscle and just soften him up just a little bit. But you have to appreciate him for how long spined he is and how sound he is getting around the ring. Let's go ahead and give these young people a round of applause.
The results of our scimitar class. We had first with a purple going to Aubin Sweeting of the Riverside Ramblers. The award for champion in that class was sponsored by Thoman Scimitars. Second with a purple going to Brock Thoman of the Highlanders. His award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple going to Covert Griner of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Fourth with a purple to Preston Ford of the Lime Creek Livewires. Fifth with a blue to Avery Janicek of the Dutch Creek Flyers. And sixth with a blue to Madeline Siren of the Mid Prairie FFA. Coming into the ring now, we have our all other breeds class. In this class, we have Carson Williams of the Lime Creek Livewires, Lily Bowler of the Mid Prairie FFA, and Lane Norman of the Lime Creek Livewires.
We get into the AOB class here, and I'm going to go with the long-bodied stout one, the Shorthorn or Piran one there, if you want to bring your steer around here. Just one I think wins hands down in this class for the natural muscle he has and how long-bodied and sound, and just a real complete, really, really good steer. Then we get into a solid red one. In order to stand any higher today, you'd like to give him some length of spine, maybe some more muscle down in that lower third. But again, one you have to appreciate for how level in his lines it is, and starting to push some condition. Is it going to get up to the market weight that we want to see with that much condition already? Time will tell. But we need to stouten that one up to place any higher. The one in third here, one you just want to add some more muscle to, maybe drop his spine down a little bit to level him up and square him up in his hocks and add a little bit of bone to him. But a really nice class to round out the class.
We're now going to have our single source steer class. This class is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen. In the ring for this class, we will have Henry Klein of the 76 Progressives, Mason Schneider of Green Acres, Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres, Cooper Strand of Keota FFA, Leah Kelly of Lime Creek Live Wires, Callie Cook of Lime Creek Live Wires, Eve Stoutner of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Elena Cook of the Lime Creek Live Wires, John Cook of the Lime Creek Live Wires, Lucas Bender of the 76 Progressives, and Cameron Renner of Crooked Creek.
In the ring now, we have our single source class. It's pretty unique to Washington County. It is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen and Agroway. This class all comes from the same producer. This year's Kurt Pasha from the Brighton area. He supplied all the calves. How it works is they will go to the sale barn. They'll go to the sale barn, draw a number associated with the calf. They take that calf home and raise it out. They're all similar genetics. So it's unique in the fact that it's all from one producer. And there's a couple of different components to this class as well. We'll have a tour. This year they toured a couple of different feedlots and heifer development. In the past we've gone up to ICA, the diagnostic lab at Iowa State, and the meat lab. So try to pick out an educational component to go along with it. They also are all entered in the scan contest. I believe there's, between the live placing and the scans, there's $1,400 extra money added in on top of their premiums. So we'll go ahead and announce that as well. So the results of our scan, in 5th is Callie Cook, 4th, Lindsay Schneider, 3rd is Leah Kelly, 2nd is Lucas Bender, and in 1st is Cameron Renner. I also wanted to add, just going through those, I think we have 11 steers in here and all but one graded choice. So looks like we did a good job on the feed bucket as well.
I do want to take an opportunity to recognize Cameron Renner, who's out in the ring. He is one of our senior 4-H members. He is from the Crooked Creek Club.
This is pretty exciting to see that your county cattlemen's put this together, and to the hats off to the operation that supplied these steers. You know, there's not a lot of differences from top to bottom. You bring all 11 in the ring at the same time. They're relatively the same size. All the kids did a great job of feeding them. You know, the hardest part for me is probably, you know, you want me to come in here and visually put them first to 11th, and you know, when they're so similar, there's just small differences. And I'm not going to talk all of them. I'm going to talk the top 3 here, and because once we get 4th through 11, you know, it's just very small differences. You know, maybe one was a little squarer hipped, maybe one was just a little longer spined, you know, more of the meat and potato type stuff. Obviously these cattle are all, they all look pretty much identical in my mind. They're soft made, they're functional, and they're doing the job they're supposed to be doing. It's a great project. When it come down to it, I got down to these 3. I kind of had a pair. I had one that had to go 1st or 3rd in my mind, and I chose to start with a pair of them. I just think they're just a little softer made. I think they're carrying the right amount of condition, and they're carrying it well down in that brisket. I think they're level from their hooks to their pins. You know, you could probably flip a coin on those first 2, and you could do it either way. But I just chose the little boy's steer because I think his pins are set just a little wider in that hip area, and that's why he wins the class. And the calf that comes in second, like I said, it was really close. Another one you just have to appreciate for the length of body, and you know, just put his composition put together well, and he's smooth jointed, and he gets out and he moves good. And at the end of the day, these cattle still got to get up and go to the bunk and, you know, live out their life and do their job, and I think this one kind of rose to the top. The one in 3rd, the one I thought in my mind when they first come in, he had to be 1st or 3rd. He's probably the longest spine calf in the class. He's probably longest from his hooks into his pins out in that hip area. You know, I just like to loosen him up a little bit when he gets out and moves. You know, just maybe not quite as soft made as those 2 above him. Let's go ahead and give these young people a round of applause, and your producer that supplied these cattle.
The results of our single source steer class, we had all purples in the class, so I'm just going to go through the placings. First, going to John Cook of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And the champion award was sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. Second, going to Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres. The award for reserve was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third, going to Elena Cook of Lime Creek Live Wires. 4th, going to Cooper Strand of Coyote FFA. 5th, to Lucas Bender of the 76 Progressives. 6th, to Callie Cook of the Lime Creek Live Wires. 7th, Cameron Renner of Crooked Creek. 8th, Leah Kelly of the Lime Creek Live Wires. 9th, Eve Stoutner of the Lime Creek Live Wires. 10th, to Mason Schneider of Green Acres. 11th, to Henry Klein of the 76 Progressives.
Hello everyone, my name is Jade Sheets, and I'm the 18-year-old daughter of Brad and Lynn Sheets. I will be a freshman at Iowa State University majoring in Ag Studies in the fall, and I am your 2025 Washington County Beef Queen. I'm Avery Janacek. I'm the daughter of Chris and Julie Janacek. I'm going to be a junior at Mid-Prairie, and I am your beef princess.
Coming into the ring now, we have our first class in Division 1 of Crossbred steers. In this class, we have Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, Nicholas West of Crooked Creek, Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers, and Claire Stalder of Washington Go-Getters. We do want to recognize Maya Murphy and Claire Stalder as being senior 4-H members. They are wearing gray polos that were sponsored by Widoff Farm Supply. We also would like to recognize Peyton Ford, Lauren Lukowski, Nicholas Pasha, Joseph Pasha, and Jade Sheets. They received Beef Project Awards at the 2024 Awards Night. They all excelled in personal beef projects, learning, workshop, and leadership experiences.
Nice way to start this class of crossbreds, this lightweight division. One that, you have to appreciate how wide he is from the point of his shoulder all the way back, carries it through his top into his hip, and lots of natural muscling down and through that quarter. Got an extra bone under him. Not wanting to move the best today just because he's not acting good, but I think he's sound enough to get around, and a real good, easy place to start. Blue Roan, one that come in next, really caught my eye at first, and he looks the best on the move. I think you kind of get him stopped, and he's a little soft right behind that shoulder on the top. On his top there, he's a little tight in his heart, but he's got a lot of cool pieces to him. He's long hipped, gets out and moves good. Just like to put a little more shot of muscle in that one to stand any higher. Then we get into two that didn't quite make the rate of gain, but the 2-3 rate of gain. But the cattle you have to appreciate because they're going to get there. They're both long bodied. I just chose to go with the one in third. That's a little more moderate than the one in fourth, but I think you get behind him, he's got more muscle in his top, and he's bigger hip than the one in fourth. You throw a shot more muscle in that one in fourth, and he moves up pretty easily. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of Division 1, Class 2, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Libby Seiko of the Riverside Ramblers, second with a purple to Nicholas West of Crooked Creek, third with a blue to Maya Murphy of the Washington Go-Getters, and fourth with a blue to Claire Stalder of the Washington Go-Getters. Coming into the ring now, we have our second class in Division 1. We will have a championship drive following this class. In this class, we have Cale Schneider of the Franklin Cubs. We have Clayton Bartholomew of Franklin Cubs, Keston Holmes of Lime Creek Livewires, Cohen Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, Gatlin Ferrier of the Franklin Cubs, Tyler Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, and Libby Seiko of the Riverside Ramblers. Also in this class, we do want to recognize Tyler Lukowski and his steer were chosen to take part in the Iowa Governor's Charity Steer Show at the Iowa State Fair. One of the fundraisers they do is collecting pop tabs. Please help collect as many as possible. They have to have those turned in by the beginning of August. He was one of 25 selected to participate in the Governor's Steer Show from across the state. T-shirts have been designed and orders need to be placed by July 20th. The Ronald McDonald House of Eastern Iowa, Quad City McDonald's, is sponsoring this team, and his celebrity showman is Matt Kroll. He will be showing on August 9th. Monetary donations can be taken, as well as gift cards to Walmart, Target, Casey's, Fairway, and Hy-Vee. And if you'd rather donate non-perishable items, those donations can also be made. There was a purple bristled comb that was dropped during the single source class, so if that belongs to any of you, you can come pick that up at the announcer's stand.
Real challenging class here in the top three. And when it comes down to it, I feel like I went with the one that is longest spined. I think he's the soundest when he gets out and moves and goes. He's got the most flex in his hocks. But all while he maintains, he's big top, big hipped, and he's got lots of muscle all the way down. He's extended up in that neck, and he's just got a little more of the extras that I guess I'm looking for, and that's why he wins this class. One in second hit me real hard when he come in, and you get to analyzing him when he gets moving around the ring. If you loosen this one up in his hocks just a little bit and let him get out and really flex and goes, I think he gives the one ahead of him a run for his money. Maybe not as long-bodied as the one that wins the class either, but when it comes down to it, for me, he just needs to be looser in those hocks when he gets out and moves. He gets a little straight when he's standing here off those hocks as well. The calf in third, just a powerhouse type of steer. You clean him up in that chest, takes him a little bit of that condition out of him, and it balances him up more. And to me, we need to pick his front part of his skeleton up a little bit, and maybe get that top to lay in there a little nicer. But I think if you change that chest, this class changes a lot, just by the way he balances up when you get off and look at him. And then we get into a steer that's really a high quality steer. He just doesn't have the hair coat that these other three ahead of him had. But if you just analyze this steer for what he is, he's a heck of a steer. He's long bodied, he's got some muscle expression, he's got enough bone, not as much bone as the three ahead of him, but he's got enough, and he's got a presence to him. Just kind of run into a class of some show steers that did have the extras plus had the the quality to be ahead of him. But I really appreciate this steer right here. And then we come into a yellow steer, super long bodied, not as much muscle as the ones above him. And he gets out and moves, he wants to come up in that top a little bit, maybe a little narrow base, but I think he's got more muscle expression than the two coming behind him, and for that's why he's where he is. The baldy calf, another one you have to appreciate. He's just long bodied and got some muscle, starting to put some condition on. He's getting there, just not enough muscle to be any higher. And then the red Angus looking appearing steer here, just like to put some lower muscle in him, shot more bone, maybe freshen him up just a little bit. He's starting to put some condition on that top, and you can kind of see it. So let's go ahead and give these young people a round of applause.
The results of the second class of crossbred steers in Division 1, we had first with a purple being shown by Cohen Giro of Riverside Ramblers, second with a purple to Keston Holmes of Lime Creek Livewires, third with a purple to Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers, fourth with a purple to Tyler Lukowski of Washington Go-Getters, fifth with a purple to Cale Schneider of Franklin Cubs, sixth with a blue to Clayton Bartholomew of Franklin Cubs, and seventh with a blue to Gatlin Ferrier of Franklin Cubs. We're now having our championship drive for Division 1. From the first class, we had first place being exhibited by Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers, second place by Nicholas West of Crooked Creek. From Class 2, first place being exhibited by Cohen Giro of Riverside Ramblers, and second by Keston Holmes of the Lime Creek Livewires. The award for the champion in Division 1 is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust, and the reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
you bring these Division One class winners and seconds back out here, I really am excited to see how much muscle and, how sound these cattle really are when you bring them back out here. We have to nitpick and pick on them in class to get to where we are at this point, but it comes down to it. There's 3 steers in contention. This steer here that wins Class 1, Class 2, and this steer here. When it comes down to it, I think there's the one that excels in my mind, and it's kind of everything I've talked about today. And then when we get down to reserve, you kind of start nitpicking them apart, and you look and you see which one is longer from his hooks to his pins in his hip, maybe just a shot longer bodied, and probably more market ready at this point. But I'll go ahead and I'll go out here and get you a champion in reserve.
Our champion in Division 1 is shown by Cohen Giro. Our reserve champion is exhibited by Keston Holmes. We're now going to get into our second division of crossbred steers. In the ring, coming in for Class 1, we have Madeline Siren of Mid-Prairie FFA, Blake Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, Stella Janacek of the Horse and Pony Club, and Zach Hotchkiss of Green Acres.
a nice way to start this class of crossbred steers here. Really just, complete steer. He's long-bodied, he's big top. These 4 steers all weigh within 10 pounds, and it's kind of neat to see how they carry it just a little different in each one of them, and this one balances up the best. He's up-headed, he's nice in his chest, he sets back in his knee, and gets out and he moves good enough for me. Just a real easy way to start this class. We get into the second place one. He doesn't have the extra hair coat, he's pretty slick, but you got to appreciate how long-bodied he is. He gets out and moves with ease. He's starting to put some condition on, but he keeps himself within his skeleton when he's coming and going from you, and I very much appreciate that. But just maybe doesn't have the eye appeal and the lower third of the muscle as a calf ahead of him. You get into a calf here in third that's starting to push quite a bit of chest. You can see the condition coming up in his neck there over top of his crest. And with that being said, when he gets to moving, he gets outside of himself on his front end and back end. You smooth him up, he probably stands up a little higher today if you improve his structure a little bit. And then one that just, in my mind, doesn't have the lower muscle in the lower third of his quarter to compete any higher, but you still have to appreciate how long-bodied and he is and how sound he is. But just like to add some muscle to that one. Congratulations. Let's give him a round of applause.
The results of our Class 1 of Division 2, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Stella Janicek of the Horse and Pony Club, second with a purple to Madeline Siren of Mid-Prairie FFA, third with a purple to Blake Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, and fourth with a purple to Zach Hotchkiss of Green Acres. Coming into the ring now, we have our second and final class in Division 2. In this class, we have Jake Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, Allie Wetstein of the Lime Creek Limelights, Emily Renner of Crooked Creek, Lane Schott of Riverside Ramblers, and Greenlee Giro of Riverside Ramblers.
real easy place for me to start in this class. Hits you hard as soon as he comes in the gate. He's kind of like the other steers I've been talking in all these divisions, a little longer bodied, a little stouter made, more muscle in him. Just a real complete steer. That I really appreciate a lot of things about him. He's got a great show ring presence to him as well. So a good place to start there. And then you get in the red steer, probably follows him the best. He's a little leveler topped than the steer in third. Probably got a shot more muscle in that lower third when you get directly in behind him. And he still has a show steer look to him. He's up-headed and, he gets out and he moves good. He's smooth jointed. Just needs a few of the extras that the one above him has to place any higher. We get in the third place steer. I'd call more the meat and potatoes type calf. He's level topped. He's long bodied. He's got some muscle in him. Just like to clean him up in his joints a little bit to make him stand any higher. And then the steer in fourth, he's not acting the best in town today, but you got to appreciate how much muscle he has. And, he'd like to smooth his joints up, his hocks, and like I said, just one you just want to appreciate for, what he's going to go on and hang on the rail. And then you run into one at the end of the class that, just doesn't quite have the muscle shape, and probably the longest bodied one in the class, but just doesn't have the muscle shape to stand any higher today. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our Class 2 in Division 2, we had first with a purple going to Greenlee Giro of Riverside Ramblers, second with a purple to Lane Shot of Riverside Ramblers, third with a purple to Emily Renner of Crooked Creek, fourth with a purple to Allie Wetstein of Lime Creek Limelights, fifth with a purple to Jake Berto of Franklin Cubs. Here in just a moment, we're going to have our championship drive for our Division 2. Coming back into the ring from Class 1, we had first place being exhibited by Stella Janacek of the Horse and Pony Club, and second in that class by Madeline Siren of the Mid-Prairie FFA. From Class 2, our first place was exhibited by Greenlee Giro of Riverside Ramblers, and our second by Lane Shot of Riverside Ramblers. The award for the Division 2 is sponsored by Federation Bank, and the award for reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Good Division 2 in these crossbreds. Obviously there's one out here that I think hit me really hard when he come in this division, and this young lady right here that wins Class 2 will be your champion Division 2 crossbred. Pull him out over here. And we bring that red was second to him in class, and we just talked to him. We just didn't think, compared to the one that he had the extras, but you bring him out here and you compare him to the one that won the Class 1, I think he does have the extras compared to that one. So we're going to go ahead and use the red calf here as your reserve Division 2.
Our Division 2 champion was shown by Greenlee Giro and our reserve by Lane Shot. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause as they leave the ring. Currently in the ring, we have our first class in Division 3. In the ring, we have Layson Montz of Washington Hustlers. We have Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres, Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers, Mason Schneider of Green Acres, Caden Reed of the Horse and Pony Club, and Kellen Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. I do want to recognize Caden Reed as being one of our senior 4-H members who's out here in the ring currently in his gray polo.
This calf here that wins the class does so pretty easily in my mind. He surfaced to the top as soon as he come in the gate. You really got to appreciate him for how long-bodied he is. He's another one of them steers I'd like to clean up in his chest a little bit just to balance him out a little more even on the side profile. But, you still have to appreciate the muscle he has and the way he gets around the ring. Another one with some ring presence. You get into second and third, and you can kind of do what you want here, but I think you get directly in behind him, and the smoke-colored steer is a little more, wider at his pins, a little square hipped maybe when you get in directly behind him, maybe has a little bit more lower muscle in that lower third. Taking nothing away from the one in third because, he's a long-bodied, big-muscled one. I just think he, rounds off in his hip a little bit when you get directly in behind him and he gets up underneath himself a little when he gets out and moves away from you. Then we get into a trio of steers. They're all a little different. I went to go with the meat and potato steer. Maybe not as much muscle as you'd like to see, but he's got enough. He's going to go on and hang a good carcass on the rail and do everything that he needs to do. You get to picking on this one here that's maybe a little taller, maybe not as level in his lines right behind that shoulder. He breaks a little bit. Got some swelling on his hocks and different things, but another one, and when he goes to the kill plant, he's going to be just fine. And then one that rounds out the class, he just stands outside of his skeletons when he's stopped, and when he moves, he gets really outside. And you like to loosen them hocks up and just make him a little sounder. But another one you got to appreciate for the muscle that he does bring to the class. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our first class in Division 3, we had first with a purple to Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers, second with a purple to Kellen Giro of Riverside Ramblers, third with a purple to Layson Montz of the Washington Hustlers, fourth with a blue to Caden Reed of the Horse and Pony Club, fifth with a blue to Lindsay Schneider of Green Acres, and sixth with a blue to Mason Schneider of Green Acres. Coming into the ring now, we have our second class in Division 3. In this class, we have Grant Burdo of Franklin Cubs, Tess Burdo of Franklin Cubs, Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, Aspen Siren of the Dutch Creek Flyers, Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, and Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. We do have 3 senior 4-Hers who are currently in the ring. We have Tess Burdo of the Franklin Cubs. We have Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters and Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives. Their gray polos were sponsored by Whittoff Farm Supply.
pretty easy way to start with the cherry red one when he comes to the ring and has all the extras in this class. You know, he's long-bodied, he's big-topped, he gets out, he moves good, he's big-boned, he's good-footed, just a real solid, complete steer. Really like that one. Great way to start the class. And then we get into, you know, second and third, and then, you know, I chose to go second with the one that I think follows him in body type. He's long, he's got a lot of muscle, he's got a show ring presence, he's got, you know, he's alert, he's got enough, he's got the extra bone, you know, just doesn't have the extra bells and whistles that the red one did above him to stand any higher. And then we get into what I, you know, like I said, you've heard me say it all day long, the meat and potatoes type. They're long-bodied. They got some extra muscle to them. They get out and move good enough at this stage of the game. Then we get into this fourth place one, you know, 4 through 6, you know, you could do what you kind of wanted, but I chose to go with the one that I thought was leveler, and his hip maybe handle his hock better when on the side profile when they're standing there. And then this bigger framed one here, you know, you got to appreciate him for how long bodied he is. You know, you'd like to give him a little more muscle, a little more substance of bone to move him up any higher in the class. And then we have one, you know, you bring this one, you set him up in his pins and make him leveler in his hip. You know, he probably stands up a couple of spots, but, you know, I just like to do that and maybe add a little more muscle to him. But another one, you just have, these bottom three, you just have to appreciate for what they are. They're good, solid cattle. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
The results of our second class in Division 3, we had first with a purple going to Riker Giro of Riverside Ramblers, second with a purple to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters, third with a purple to Aspen Siren of Dutch Creek Flyers, fourth with a blue to Jace Kalupa of the 76 Progressives, fifth with a blue to Grant Burdo of Franklin Cubs, and sixth with a blue to Tess Burdo of Franklin Cubs. Coming into the ring for Class 3 of Division 3, we have Grant Burdo of Franklin Cubs, Izzy Kalupa of 76 Progressives, Adlai Merrick of Dutch Creek Flyers, and Eliana Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers. I do want to recognize Izzy Kalupa, who's currently in the ring wearing her gray senior 4-H polo. So exhibitors who have shown today in the market classes can go over to the Producer's Grill to receive a burger. So if you are an exhibitor who showed in today's classes, you can go over to the Producer's Grill to receive a burger.
little more challenging class here. They're all a little bit different, and I chose to go with the one that I think has the least problems to him. He's probably the smoothest made, the best looking one. He's really long in his hip. He's got some muscle to him. You know, just a nice way to start, I guess. In the second place calf, you know, you kind of tuck his chest back in him a little bit, balance him up a little more. If he was acting a little better, even maybe it'd probably help, so you could get a better look at him. But you know, I just like to clean him up in that crest and down in that chest to make him a little more eye appealing to stand over the one ahead of him today. Calf in third, you really got to appreciate him for how long bodied he is and the muscle he has. He just gets under himself a little bit when he gets out and moves away from you. Another one of those, you know, you clean him up in that front end a little bit. It balances him up to stand any higher today. And then the one in third, probably the least. Probably the one with the least amount of muscle in the class, and he slopes off from his hooks to his pins. So if you pop them pins up, it levels his hip. You know, just needs a shot more muscle and a shot more eye appeal to stand any higher today. Let's go ahead and give that set of kids a round of applause.
The results of our third and final class in Division 3, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Adley Merrick of the Dutch Creek Flyers, second with a purple going to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives, third with a purple to Grant Burdo of the Franklin Cubs, and fourth with a purple to Eliana Hahn of the Dutch Creek Flyers. Here in just a moment, we will have our championship drive for Division 3. Following that, we will be selecting the overall grand champion and top 5. Coming back into the ring for our Division 3 championship drive, we have from the Class 1 of Division 3, we had Libby Seiko of Riverside Ramblers being first in that class, second in that class to Kellen Giro of the Riverside Ramblers. From Class 2 in Division 3, we had Riker Giro of the Riverside Ramblers, second in that class to Lauren Lukowski of the Washington Go-Getters. From Class 3, first went to Adlai Merrick of the Dutch Creek Flyers, and second to Izzy Kalupa of the 76 Progressives.
This Division 3 of the Crossbred has been really good. You know, it really comes down to two in my mind that kind of jump out to the front, and you know, you get down to those two, and really, honestly, it's a one-horse race in my mind. This red one hit me really hard when he come in the ring. He hit me hard when he come back out here for Division, and I think he's got all the extra bells and whistles. Young man, you'll be your champion Division 3. And then for me, we'll go ahead and use reserve out of this class winner of the first class of this division. Congratulations.
results of our Division 3, we had our champion being exhibited by Riker Giro. His award is sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson, and our reserve by Libby Seiko. Award for reserve is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. We'll take just a moment to get everything set up, and then we will do our Grand Champion Overall Market Animal Drive. Just as a reminder to exhibitors and families, as animals are leaving the ring, please make sure that you stop over to get your photo taken. The journal will be over there, but go take some photos over at the championship backdrop. Coming back into the ring, our returning bucket bottle market steer, we had our champion, Caden Lewers. We had our returning bucket bottle market heifer being exhibited by Clayton Bartholomew. We had our champion small breed division champion being exhibited by Brenton Flynn. Our produce market steer being exhibited by Nicholas West. Our market heifer champion, Brock Thoman. Our Angus champion, Parker Long. Our Kania champion, Koenjiro. Our main Anjou champion being exhibited by Riker Jiro. Our Shorthorn Plus champion, Brock Thoman. Our Simile champion, Aben Sweeting. Our All Other Breeds champion, Lane Norman. Our Single Source champion, John Cook. Our Division 1, Koenjiro. Our Division 2, Greenlee Jiro. And our Division 3, Riker Jiro. Let's give all of these exhibitors a great round of applause for being out here. Our grand champion today will be receiving awards sponsored by Triple G Livestock. They'll also receive a belt buckle from the Washington County Cattlemen's Association, an embroidered chair by Lynn Show Cattle, and cash awards from Washington County Cattlemen's Association and Peck Trucking. There are top 5 overall awards from the Washington County Cattlemen's Association. The Reserve Grand Champion Award is sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust and a cash award from Boer Farms. Third place is sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. Fourth place by LCB Feeds, and also 5th place by LCB Feeds. It's great to have all these sponsors for all these awards, giving a lot of recognition back to these exhibitors. Some of these animals from today's show will be sold at the auction tomorrow. Anyone from the community is welcome to come by and purchase. The auction will start at 8:30 a.m.
Let's go ahead and give this set of kids a round of applause. They sure deserve it. There's a lot of work and time that goes into this. I'll explain what we're kind of doing here. At the end of the day, we got to get to a top 5. I've sorted out 6 here in the middle that we're going to keep and work them a little bit. And that's taking nothing away from the kids on the outside because they've done a heck of a job throughout the day. But the ring's just not quite big enough to keep this many in here, and we want to be able to make sure, I want to make sure that I get you the one that I really truly believe is the best one. And so we're going to release these other kids, and then we'll go ahead and re-rack these steers here, and we'll go from there. So let's give them one more round of applause. I still don't have my mind. I've got it narrowed down to what I'm kicking around in my head here in the top couple. But this is an exceptional set of cattle, exceptional set of steers. The juniors all day long have been even better. Your 4-H'ers are great here in Washington County. You know, you pull them first or you pull them last. You know, they go and do it, and you know they don't throw a fit or anything like that. Let's go ahead and give these exhibitors a round of applause. It's much deserved. I'd just like to take the moment to thank the guys in the ring and the committee that puts this together. It very seamlessly. Every time we were done, there was another class waiting to come in, all the way from the back, all the way up here. It's been very smooth. And I know from putting on a show that people that put them on do not get thanked enough. So if you see them around the fairgrounds, thank them for what they do. And it doesn't matter if it's in the hog barn, the sheep barn, cattle barn, wherever. Any of the volunteers that are helping your kids out, they're invested in your kids too. And with that being said, kids, go back and you thank your family, you thank all the people that are here that are invested in you. Thank the guys that are breeding them, thank the guys that are fitting them, thank the guys that are doing everything for you, helping you on the daily. Your parents, aunts, uncles, grandpas, grandmas, make sure you thank them because they're deeply invested in you. And, you know, in my bio it says we don't believe that there's any better place to raise kids than in a show ring or up and down the road, because it's family time spent together. And that's what it all matters. That's what matters, is family time spent together. I know you guys are a very tough county and everyone here wants to win. And you have one of the toughest state fairs in the nation. And what I do today is I'm going to pick the ones that I like. In a couple of weeks when you get to state fair, heck, one of these might go 5th in class. But that's because your state's so tough. And you guys should be very proud of that, because your breeders, the guys that trade them, the guys that do everything, they make a living at it, but they're absolutely invested in you as well. So with that being said, I'm going to go get you a champion and we'll work our way down to a top 5. Thank you guys.
Our champion today goes to Riker Giro, comes out of Division 3. Let's give him one more round of applause here. Coming in as our reserve from Division 3, we have Libby Seiko. So the reserve grand champion goes to Riker Giro, and that was from the main Anjou class. Let's give another round of applause there. Coming in as the reserve in the main Anjou division is Kellen Giro. Our third place goes to Cohen Giro, and that was out of the Kania class. Coming in as the reserve is Hunter Siebel. Fourth place is being exhibited by Greenlee Giro, and that is from Division 2. Coming in as the reserve from Division 2 will be Lane Schott. And our fifth place goes to Cohen Giro out of Division 1. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as they leave the ring. So just to go back over, our grand champion today is exhibited by Riker Giro, our reserve grand champion by Riker Giro, third overall by Cohen Giro, fourth overall Greenlee Giro, and fifth overall Cohen Giro. We're going to take just a moment to get things set up for showmanship. We're going to start with senior showmanship, then intermediate, then junior. We will be doing our Carcass information. So if I could have the top 10 for the ultrasound, for the steers, just the kids. I need the top 10 for steers. I need the top 10 for heifer, or the top 9 for heifers. I also need the top 10 for rate of gain. So I need the top 10 for the market steers. I need the top 10 for market heifers, and the top 10 for rate of gain. I will need the following exhibitors to be in the ring at this time, and then we'll have senior showmanship. For the steers, I need Izzy Kalupa, Jace Kalupa, Nicholas Peck, Cameron Renner, Madeline Stumpf, Ethan Hotchkiss, Allie Wetstein, and Mason Schneider. For our heifers, we will need in the ring, we'll need Jace Kalupa, Tate Bombi, Mason Schneider, James Mons, Cole Troyer, Tessa Bombi, Lindsay Schneider, Maya Murphy, and we'll need Adrian Blavelt. For our top 10 for rate of gain, we'll need Izzy Kalupa, Jace Kalupa, Annie Troyer, Jace Kalupa, Nicholas Peck, Caden Reed, Ethan Hotchkiss, Cameron Renner, Lucas Bender, Grant Burdo, and Clayton Bartholomew, and Allie Wetstein. We're going to start with our carcass information for our market steers. So I'll start with 10 and work my way up. I'll just have you take a step out as you are announced. So 10th place for our carcass scan for market steers, we have Mason Schneider. For 9th place is Allie Wetstein. 8th place is Ethan Hotchkiss. 7th place is Madeline Stumpf. Our 6th place is Cameron Renner. 5th place is Nicholas Peck. 4th place is Jace Kalupa. 3rd place is Jace Kalupa. 2nd place is Izzy Kalupa. And 1st place is Izzy Kalupa. Let's give all of these a round of applause. For our market heifers, I'm going to start with 9th, work my way up to 1st. For 9th place, I have Adrian Blavelt. 8th place, I have Maya Murphy. 7th place, I have Lindsay Schneider. 6th place is Tessa Bombi. 5th place is Cole Troyer. 4th place is James Mons. 3rd place is Mason Schneider. 2nd place is Tate Bombi. And 1st place is Jace Kalupa. We're now going to do our top 10 rate of gain. From the bottom, we have 10th place being a tie between Allie Wetstein and Clayton Bartholomew. We have 9th place, Grant Burdo. 8th place, Lucas Bender. We have a three-way tie for 7th place. We have Cameron Renner, Ethan Hotchkiss, and Caden Reed. 6th place, Nicholas Peck. 5th place, Jace Kalupa. 4th place, Annie Troyer. 3rd place, Jace Kalupa. And our 1st and 2nd place goes to Izzy Kalupa. Izzy's top had a gain of 5.17, and her 2nd place has a gain of 5.05. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause. If you did not get your ribbon, stop over here, but congratulations. We're now starting with our senior showmanship class.
It's exciting to see a ring full of seniors. One thing about it, when you get this many in, it really, for me, it sorts them pretty quickly. The kids that stay calm and cool, even if you get in a corner and, I still notice things like that, and, just don't get frustrated. But there's a handful that kind of rose to the top for me. Kind of a few things we look for, or I look for when I'm judging showmanship is, when you getting ready to set them in, turn around and step them into it. And if you got to reach down and move a front foot to pull it in, less is more in my mind. So if you can train them to get them so they step into it, if you start picking at them feet and poking them around and not having them square and doing things, it just makes the animal uneasy. So the more you work at it at home and the easier it gets, more automatic it becomes, and you just bring less attention to yourself and more to your calf. That's what I really appreciate. Like I said, I think there's a couple that come to the top. There's a couple more that surface to the top, but their animals might not be acting quite right today. They've been up a while in this ring, and just different things happen around the outside of the ring, and sometimes it's just not your day, and that's okay too. Tomorrow could be your day, but let's go ahead and give these seniors a round of applause, and I'll go get you a champion and a reserve champion showman.
Our senior showman today, our champion is Brock Thoman, and our reserve is Kennedy Long. Let's give them one more round of applause. That's a great number of kids to be out here in the ring. The senior award was sponsored by Craig and Jody Beinhart family, and the reserve by Schneider Family Farms. Coming into the ring now, we have our intermediate showmanship class.
And we come into the region and there's some cattle that, have been up for a long time and not acting. And as long as you stay calm and cool and, you have a ring presence about you and you get them, you use the whole ring and I know it's difficult with the bleachers as close they are to the edge, but ideally we like to keep the cattle out as close to the side as possible so then the judge can get as good as look for them at them, and then when you need to circle your animal, there's enough room in the center of the ring to do that. It comes down to just some nitpicky stuff of, maybe the feet not being set quite right, and just different things like that. There's a couple of kids in here that are very intense. Their eye contact is good. They just have a ring presence about them, and they know how to make their animals look the best they can to the best of their ability, and that's what I appreciate. The other thing is like, guys, we've never seen a perfect animal. Of all the miles we've traveled, they all have issues, and if you can show that out of them, that's what you're out here to do. And so if I know that your calf is just a little wide in his front end maybe, and you work that front leg in so he's standing square, I see that. I appreciate that you're trying to show that calf to the best of his ability and to your ability to make him look the best. So I do appreciate that. Like I said, just a few things. There's some front feet that got a little out of line, different things like that. But great group of kids. I'll go get you a champion and in reserve.
Our intermediate showman today is William McWhirter, and our reserve is Keston Holmes. Let's give them one more round of applause. All these exhibitors, thank you for coming back out. The award for the top intermediate showman was sponsored by Irwin Farms and the reserve by Schneider Family Farms. Currently in the ring, we have our junior showmanship class. This will be our last class of the day. Earlier in the show, I forgot to announce who the Carcass Awards were sponsored by. The top 10 Carcass steer and heifer cash awards were sponsored by Farmers Co-op of Keota and Ainsworth, Washington State Bank, Pioneer Seeds, Libertyville Savings Bank, Powell Funeral Homes, Insurance Solutions Agency, Sinclair Tractor, Bruce and Leanna Watson, Animal Health International, Peck Trucking, in memory of George Colthurst, and United Animal Health. The top 10 Carcass steer and heifer ribbons were sponsored by Dahlmeyer Farms. The champion steer for the Carcass, the award was sponsored by Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota, and there was a cash award that was sponsored by Lanny and Margaret Brenning. The heifer champion award was sponsored by Vidito Insurance, and the top 10 rate of gain, the champion award was sponsored by Hills Bank and Company, the cash award by Kalupa Family Farms, and the reserve was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Here's always the toughest, the junior, that it could be their first time in the ring, it could be their second. But one thing about it, when this group of kids comes in the ring, they're all smiling at you. Those other two divisions, there's not much smiling going on. So that's always fun to see in these juniors and these younger kids. And but when it comes down to the juniors, you got to forgive a little bit on some of this stuff. But there's a couple in my mind that kind of rise to the top. Were they perfect? No. Were they good enough? Absolutely. They walked their calves into it. They got them set. They stepped out in front of them. Where they were calm and scratching on their calves. Like I said, it's a lot about some of these other kids, just work on your foot placement and work on showmanship at home and leading them into it. Make sure you try and use all the ring and get yourself back a little bit in them corners and just, little things like that. And I guess like a lot of these kids, when you guys come in, I'm more of a one-handed person with your strap on your show halter. When you come in, you just grab it up there by the chain and let the strap hang down. The longer straps, you can cut them off. And so nobody steps on them or anything like that. That's kind of a pet peeve of mine because that draws more attention to you than your calf when you're dragging on them with both hands. But like I said, it's just nitpicky things like that. The judging the showmanship contest. Let's go ahead and give these young kids a great round of applause for sticking with it and being our last class of the day.
Our top junior showman today is Lane Schott, and our reserve goes to John Cook. Let's give these exhibitors one more round of applause for coming back out here. Both the champion and reserve champion showmanship awards were sponsored by Schneider Family Farms, and that concludes our 2025 Market Beef Show from the Washington County Fair.